pa for nada. Greetings and good time zone. I hope people are doing well today. Hi FLC, hi Bilbo, how are you today? I hope you're well, and yay coffee! Speaking of coffee, I've been crafting coffee biscuits. Because this is how I earn my money currently. If anyone wants a demonstration, I'll just go and do it. Some of it now. I won't do all of it because it will take a little while. Coffee biscuit money, yes. Where is it? Crystalline mean. I basically go out and gather the materials. The only thing that I had to buy were more crystals because I couldn't be bothered gathering them. Because I didn't have enough, but this leave can give me the crystals back. So trade craft, cookie for your troubles, fire crystals. And it's a charity one. So I basically get, on average, about 2.5k each turn in. But I can do it 3 times. So that's 7.5k per leave allowance, I guess. Which I have not been using up at all. I have 85 now. And then I just do it again, fire crystals again. So the only problem with this one is sometimes it gives me something that I don't use. There's like a 10% chance that it does that. It's a lot of clicking, but let's have a look. Tradecraft. Yeah, it's going up. And I have 2 macros to help me craft them very easily, which you can get on. Is it like Team? What's the site called again? The site is Teamcraft or ffxivteamcraft.com. And you can get crafting macros very easily that's based on your skill if you want. Oh yeah, I have. I did that a long time ago. But yeah, I will be going back to that. Yeah, if you want to have a laugh, this is all of my jobs, and then I'm my Disciples of the Hand and Land. You can tell which I focus on the most. And my only 90 job is Fisher. Okay, cookie for my troubles. I'm just going to do this once more. The funny thing is, I get 5 crystals from this. I can get water, which is also what the recipe requires. But I prefer fire because I go fishing quite a lot and I can sometimes get crystals from decenting the fish, so. But yeah, I just made about 30k there. And I did what? 3 trade-ins? Technically 9. But anyway. Yeah, I have an apartment, not a house. I wish I had a house, because I would definitely be going for the Thavnarian onions. Because, in fact, how is Zephyr getting along? Still quite far away from the next level. Yeah, it annoys me that the fact that Thavnarian onions are mostly only possible if you have a house, which not everyone has. So it essentially feeds the people that already have money. It's like, no! Oh yeah, they're not the easiest to grow, and you've got to have the cross-pollination or whatever. But it's still annoying that not everyone has access to them. Except for 2 that you get from quests. So anyway, we need to go back to Calusia. The funny thing is, in order to do the turn-ins that I was just doing, I needed access to Scree. So I was hoping to get access to it yesterday. And I did. Yeah, I'm now above 1 million gil. Finally. Again. Because I spent a bunch. Because I like making stuff for people. Dun, dun. Crafting isn't... It can be. But it's if you're an Omni crafter, the biggest hurdle is crystals, in my opinion. Yeah, it eats inventory. That's for sure. Also, I'm currently getting messages from my emote artist that I use. So I'm hoping... Second. I'm getting an animated emote done. And they finally updated me about 20 minutes before stream. I can't wait. Well, my friend, it appears we are the only ones left here. If you've no other pressing tasks, would you care to accompany me to Amity? There you should toll overseeing those who will imbue the Talos with magic. Come, let us join them at once. Yes, I want to download them, Discord. I want to add them now. One moment, this is worth the wait, I think. Upload new animated. It's the first time I've ever uploaded an animated emote, so I'm not sure. Dot. I hope that looks okay. if it works at all. Now I have to test. And I can close that. Of course, it might take a while to appear. Click refresh. I got my red panda emote. Hey FLC, I finally got one. Anyway, back to the game. But I'm so happy. It's my first proper animated emote. The other one was a Twitch Easy animated one, which is my loot one. I also need to upload it to Discord because I don't use it from Twitch. Because if you're on my Discord server, you don't have to be subbed to use my emotes. Well, you don't have to be subbed to be able to use my emotes on Discord, as long as you're on my server. Ah, good of you to join us. I'm pleased to say we have gathered ample help for the imbuing. With Master Chai in the process of finalising his design, I have taken the liberty of dispatching all hands to their positions. You hurtle along as though I have my house in order, but quite frankly this is the most disorganised mess of a project I've ever overseen, and I haven't spent nearly as much time as I would like on my calculations. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it, and 3 months in advance. Thank you. Enjoy your emotes. But no, I really do appreciate any subs that I get, or even just follows. And I can't wait to get more emotes in the future. I still have a commission from the same emote artist from November that's ongoing. And I really can't wait. I want them. It's just she's been sick, and it's understandable why. She couldn't get through everything. It's just, in order to pay the bills, she opened up some rush order slots like 2 days ago, so I grabbed one of them for this. I'm very happy I did. So thou hast proclaimed loudly and frequently, Master Chai, yet from my perspective, a layman's though it may be, haste notwithstanding, thou hast gone to great lengths, abiding by proven methodology to ensure the integrity of thy design. Aye, well, that's just the bare minimum that's expected of us at the Stoneworks. Though our glory days are behind us, I've not forgotten our time-honoured traditions. But I should mention that the Exarch delivered the ore I asked for. Earthseed, I believe it called it. In that quantity, I believe we can fashion a suitable heart for the Talos. And then everything will be in readiness. Or so I would like to say. Is there a problem? In a Talos of, well, any reasonable size, a single heart will serve to circulate ether throughout the chassis. But given the unprecedented proportions of that which we seek to build, I doubt that will be the case. By installing smaller peripheral hearts at intervals, I believe that we can maintain a stable ether flow, thereby solving the problem. However, we don't have enough ore for this purpose. Not for it, but to procure more, I suppose. God damn it. Runa, mayhap now is a good time to bring them out. A moment, friends. There is something I would show you. I say, are these not heartstones? They are the most prized possession of we of the Knights Blessed, and these belong to our kindred who have left us. Ah. Immersed in water imbued with fervent prayer, these stones harbour no small amount of magic, and we may imbue them with yet more prior to their installation on the talus. What think you? Being from a different region, these cannot be used for the main heart. The peripheral ones, on the other hand, I believe they will serve. Excellent. When Master Motoya spoke to us of the role we are to play, the Heartstones immediately came to mind. I am just doing something very quick. I want this as well. Oh, can't use it as a sticker. No! It's longer than 5 seconds. I will have to change that. Ding, 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 ding. But that should now be on. Want to show. Of course, before bringing them with me, I made certain to consult my fellows first. After all, the stones bear the precious lives of those who have gone to the Sunless Sea. But we have now beheld the Sunless Sea with our very own eyes, and by the gentle lights that glimmer on high, we know that there is peace beyond. Thus are we also at peace. If our heartstones may serve to restore night to all the world, gladly do we give them. So, Master Chai, if you could instruct us how to distribute the heartstones? Thumbs up, yeah, woo! And Zera, for good luck, may I ask that you imbue one as well? Rest assured it is not difficult, simply raise your hand and focus as you would when attuning to an aetherite. Imbue the jade-coloured stone here, if you would be so kind. Jade. Jade. That's the one that I found. The familiar looking heartstone appears to glow faintly. That will do. Thank you, Zera. If this heartstone appears familiar, it is because it belonged to Todia. It bears the collective hope of the Knights Blessed, the hope that none shall ever again be sacrificed to sin-eaters. Nod. Right, I've identified the spots on the talus where the stones are needed. See that they're amply imbued, then install them as I've indicated on this diagram. Understood. We will set about the task at once. When the talus awakens and the way to Mount Gulg is secured, we shall sally forth. It promises to be a trying climb, so take what rest you can in the meantime. We will see you soon. Okay, I guess it's time to talk to Ardbert or Emmett Selk. See as though they told us to rest. A moment, Urianger. You said that you would have measures ready in the event that our friend fails to contain the light. Do you? Be assured that I do. All which I require lieth in this land. I trust you, Urianger. And I swear to thee that thy trust is not misplaced. As ardently as I pray for the preservation of this world, so too do I pray for thy safety. So rest easy, my friend, and take such ease as thou mayest, the better to be ready for the trials to come. I'm told the rock for the chassis is more or less ready, all quarried and shaped and laid out. That just leaves the imbuers to do their work. I'll continue checking my calculations up until the very last moment, but it's only a matter of time now. We managed to rally nigh everyone in Norvrant for this endeavour. That's a remarkable feat in itself, but will it be enough? Go for a Abyssal. Because now I don't need the money. I can make the money. Without the use of a market board. That's the most important thing to me. Gah, there's no point worrying about such things now. I'll get back to my calculations. You, meanwhile, should go and rest as your friend suggested. My wife and the Exarch should be in the tavern. Why don't you join them? Oh, and Sarah? Thank you. You are most welcome. I was like, where are they? Where's the Exarch? The Exarch? He went outside a moment ago, my dear. I would have thought you'd have seen him. He kept me company for a short while, but then he came over rather pale. He's clearly been straining himself, the poor thing. Anyway, he excused himself, saying that he needed a breath of fresh air. Weak as he looked, I did offer to go with him, but he assured me he would be fine. I do hope he's all right. Wait. Maybe check the big red area. Actually... Need to save those storage. There we go. Come on, dance partner. I just want to earn some more fate, the Bicycle gems. for other zones movement or mount speed. Because I mean, it's right here, I may as well. Shared fates. Don't know if I've done anything to do with shared fates. Don't even know what they are. But I think I've done a decent amount of fates if it's just all of them or if it's in a certain expansion. Because I'm fairly sure I've done over 100 fates. Travel. Shared fate. Oh. Well, I'm rank 2. What does this do? Oh, it opens up more stuff that they sell. Interesting. Yeah, I remember them saying that they can get more stuff. I'll have to check that out at some point. Get back here. Yeah, in other zones I've farmed some fates, but not this expansion, obviously. Ooh, that was a good hit. And you're gonna run away. Get back, yeah, back. Wow, you vanished. Jesus. Yeah, I did not know about this. Now I do. Thank you. If it's something that hasn't been explained fully or I just forgot, I don't mind that sort of backseating. But if it's just spoiling stuff, then no. Just to let people know. Because oftentimes people go into streams and be like, hey, have you done this very specific part that I'm detailing very much that'll ruin your experience because I want you to get to my favourite spot? It's like, no. The exarch does not appear to be nearby. Makes me wonder if he's just going to be at the top here, looking out at Yulmore. You doing okay, birdie? Aiding. Dun, dun, dun.
The future is where my destiny awaits.
Your voice acted. Yay!
Forgive me, I was lost in a dream. I needed some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me, leaves my body frail and weak. Though, in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body. When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely. I am but an extension of it now, hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away. It has been quite a journey. But thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort? Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me.
God.
Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do?
I had to find a way back for me and all my friends. Oh, actually, I can go back. I want to try and get my friends back. And settle matters with the Empire.
Ah, yes. Even should we succeed in forestalling the 8th Umbral Calamity, the spectre of war will remain. But to declare your intent with such easy resolve, you truly are a hero's hero, my friend. But whatever it is you decide to do, I have every confidence that you will do well, for you have the strength to forge your own path. You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness. Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made. And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. Remember this.
What will you do when this is over? Actually, no. I would know more of you.
Of me? You mean what I intend to do afterwards? I once told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said. Though in truth, I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though she deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel. I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For she is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with her as friends, with no thought of concealment. Should she indulge me with her tales, I would regale her with my own, About my efforts in Northrend, perhaps? Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask her about her next adventure. And if she should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me. Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it. But all of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle. The people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us. We cannot fail them. Nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company, my friend. Let us return to Amity.
God, the music is just so good in this game. Everything's so good in this game. Except for some of the Realm Reborn, because that's a bit of a slog to get through, which is why I didn't stream it. But even that's still good. Dun, 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 dun. Worry not, my friend, I am much revived for the fresh air. And your fine company, of course. Now then, let us turn our thoughts back to the task at hand. Dun, 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 dun. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source... Aww. I wanted his voice acting, god damn it. Your Radiance, I've taken the liberty of quashing the vile rumours that your heir is possessed by a devil. I can't do his voice. I could, but I don't want to ruin my voice. With the nation in the grip of war, we may rely on patriotic zeal to prevent them from resurfacing. And what of Emmett Selk? He has taken himself to the first to usher that world to its end. Or so I believe. He did not disclose the details of his mission, having ever preferred to work alone. Even to those who have known him since the beginning, his actions can prove unpredictable. I am no stranger to his ways. He joys in playing me for a fool. Full many times have I been convinced I was acting of my own volition, only to discover all was as he willed it. My dear grandfather. On the subject of our esteemed colleague, his last report, though brief, did contain one item of interest. You have doubtless wondered why the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have not taken the field of late. It is because they are no longer in the Source. The hero of the science has journeyed to the first, as have her comrades, albeit incompletely. Their bodies yet remain here in the source. This presents an opportunity. If we can defeat the Alliance prior to the Science's return, we may eliminate their order at a stroke. With the Science gone, none shall remain to thwart our plans. It will be but a matter of striking down the hero upon her homecoming. Which, lest you forget, is essential to the realization of our objective, of both of our objectives. Through Heidelin's meddling, her champions threaten to wrest the reins of fate from our grasp. The world is at risk of being dragged down the false path, one which will never see a man reclaim his true form. It is unthinkable that he should supplant us, incomplete as he is. Such a devolution is abhorrent, and it must be stopped before it is too late. The hour is come, your radiance. Order your armies to march once more. Crush all who stand in your way. This is your heart's desire, is it not? To seize victory that is yours and yours alone for the future of Garlemald. Oh dear, you do not wear the mummer's motley well. I was never one to take an interest in tedious conflicts. This Emmett. Please be Emmett Selk. Oh no, it's Xenos himself. The whereabouts of my one true friend, however, they interest me greatly. I but hope the beasts of this first are providing her proper sport. I would know every detail, Lord Xenos, or would you rather I called you Elidibus? Unexpected. Most unexpected. That immortality should be within the reach of one with a borrowed echo. You have outdone yourself, Xenos Yegalvus. Clean my glasses. Accidentally smudged them at a really inopportune moment. I have no particular attachment to that name, but I am rather fond of that body. Without it, I cannot enjoy my hunt to the fullest. Your secrets on my flesh, I care not which you give me first, the choice is yours. He's such a badass. Hey, Aether Current. Right, so while the two of you were away, I received word that everything is in place, meaning we can proceed with awakening the Talos. Once we imbue the magic, it will stir itself and immediately carry out its designated function, namely, taking Mount Gulg in its grasp. I want to know just how big this thing's gonna be. I can't wait to see. Zera, we may be certain that Vauthry will not look on in idleness as we beat a path to his front door. Once our plans are set in motion, there will be no turning back. So see to your preparations as meticulously as you may, and I will give the order to proceed as soon as you are ready. Ready! Give the word and I will relay the order to awaken the Talos. Engage! It's like Picard, engage. Very well, let us begin. Cutscene, awesome. Please be voice acted.
Word from the Exarch. All is set on his side, and we may proceed when ready.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs.
Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
Then you need only say the word.
Let us begin. See that everyone is in position. We shall catch Vauthry, mountain and all.
Here it comes!
It's just a little big. Albert's like, holy shit! Who are these people?
Ha ha! Yes, yes! You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger!
I mean, it is taking damage, but...
Do you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain. Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
Vauthry marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice. Is that?
The Fae? Haha, Titania.
Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless.
Sorry, I forgot
Summon
to
us in time to
ask
feed. We
you.
expressly said, yet what should we find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name? Yes, we may also have said that we Fae folk have no interest in the struggles of men. But if our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to her aid. Of course we would. What are we to do with her? We are so very, very sad. You will play with us. Cheer us up again!
I love her voice. It's like, it can be so soothing, but then utterly crazy. It makes me think that we're going to have a duty to climb up the thing and fight along out the way, and then it's going to be a trial for Vauthry. I think they're mad at me.
This I did not expect, but I will gladly accept their help. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others. Join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
Nod. Let's go. Oh, it's fun that we get Zephyr, my companion. Because I do random Mount Roulette. Because might as well. Problem is there's an ad break coming up. Although the ad break will give me time to maybe fix something. So that will be useful for me. Why are you having trouble again, FLC? Because that sucks. I think I'm just going to run the ad manually right now before I do this, because it's just going to interrupt. Or I risk it. You know what, fuck it, risking it. There's dialogue, I can pause it mid-cutscene. Everyone is here. Good. The Talos has taken hold of the mountain. As planned, we will use its body as a bridge to reach Vauthry's sanctuary. The Sin Eaters will make us work for every yarm, of course. But we will carve a path through their ranks and meet with their master, regardless. Nod. Last one there's a rotten egg. Let's be careful, alright? Because I care about them. We're only storming a mountain, it's fine, but be careful. Well, we're only storming a mountain by running up a kaiju that we created. Yeah, regular duty. And then Vauthry's gotta be a trial, because they always love doing stuff like that. Okay, so the ad break's about to come up, and I want to check something and maybe edit something while the ad break happens. With Hey, did you see FLC? I've got a new emote. Bye, Zephyr. Finally. Thanks, FLC. Damn it, Olivia. So I'm just adding something up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 19, 22, 25, 35, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Off 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. 51. So I just want to get this sorted as soon as I can. See if this works. Because it's important for me. Stickers. Plug sticker. Choose file. Edits. Double dot. Oh, that one worked. Yay! Hang on. Okay, so my emote is now a sticker on Discord as well. Oh, rude, Olivia. How rude. So much so that you're not even on this world. And I don't have very many friends on my friend list at all. In fact, 2 of them are Olivia. Party of NPCs. I have to take Thancred. There's no question of that.
My strength is yours!
Victory will be ours!
I don't often take Urianger. Our fates are not yet
I think I'm going to do it. And Y'shtola, because it's Y'shtola. Have to take Thancred because he's the tank, unfortunately. Y'shtola's my second favourite, my first favourite scion for combat, my second favourite scion overall, because Tataru is the best. And Urianger doesn't get a lot of love from me choosing normally. If I could choose any of them and have them fit in any roles, or at least go in my order of favourites, it would be Y'shtola and Alice for sure. And then I'd probably take Alphino if I could just have them fill in the other roles. Because Y'shtola's my second favourite, Alice is my third, I would say. Then probably Alphino. Then I also forgot about Kryl. Kryl's up there as well, but we don't get combat Kryl. After Alphino, I'd probably put Lys. Thancred and Urianger are very similar for me in how much I like them. They're still all amazing, don't get me wrong. And we haven't had Reen for that long, to be fair, to warrant her being a part of the conversation. And we can't forget Papalimo, we can't forget essentially Moonbreeder for a time. But I'm going to go with this. What is my item level right now? 408. Okay, this could be rough. We're now playing God of War. Seriously, we're playing God of War.
So it is you.
Yes,
You
Joel's
will
my
not
dance partner.
defile my new paradise.
You say, Thancred, can you gather them all up? Thank you. So Y'shtola can just annihilate them. How goes the leveling anyway, Olivia? Hi Cerno, how are you today? I hope you're well. Welcome in. We're playing God of War. This is a kaiju that we built. Leveling in this? Uh-oh. Ow. Dancer to me is still funny. Everyone's fighting for their lives and I'm just twirling, twirling, twirling. Can't stop twirling. Are you human or are you dancer? To be determined. Everyone has their roles to play. Like I said, I play on the North American server because of Twiggy. Oh, hi.
I will not hold back.
I don't want you to hold back. Twirling is morale boost. I mean, I guess so. Swap.
This is going to leave a mark.
Cool. But aren't you using that? Wait. Have you got a third arm? Because we just ran up one arm and we're going to run up another that's clinging onto the mountain. Hey Chai, did you build a third arm in this thing?
I will not hold back.
You'll learn from your mistakes from your first character. What went wrong with your first character leveling? Oh wait, were you doing all the side quests? If I remember. I mean, just ignore the skulls on the hat, FLC. I mean, it's not a bad thing doing all the side quests. You can still get by. Oh, hi. You can still get by with just doing things normally. Because you might be early on enough that it just doesn't matter with the side quests. You can just hunt log through it or leave through it. Doing Battlecraft leaves. Because I know I wanted to do side quests because that's just how I play RPGs. But I was told early enough not to bother. I have done some of them, and some of them you want to do anyway for emotes, like the dancing stuff. And they don't give a lot of XP for your next jobs. You mostly get your XP from doing daily relets. So it's not a big problem to have done side quests on your main. Hey! Careful! Well, oh, I was like, is it just going to charge us? No, this is the first boss. Forgiven cruelty. I can't help but feel this is a dangerous place to fight. Come on, Thancred, taunt it. Thank you. Oh, wrong one. I learnt my lesson from Ultima.
Thy time hath not yet come.
Okay. That was really quick. Playing on that latency could be annoying. Oh, I'll just stand where they're stood. Ow. I'm gonna move over here. No, the enemy Ultima. Because it does a laser thing that's very quick and you don't have much time to notice, and it doesn't put the big template on the floor. It just turns and goes and you've got about a second to move out of the way. Like this. It's looking, but there's no template. And with my latency, because I'm playing on a US server from the UK, sometimes the NPCs will move and then the ability goes off very quickly afterwards because I have too much lag for it. Ooh, to notice. I have to have very quick reaction times or I just get hit. But this is another reason why I do like playing with NPCs though. They know where to move. If it's all new players that have no idea where to go,
I shall protect thee.
it could be a bad time. Aiming. I use aiming. Yeah, I went up an item level. Yeah, easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Which I think is actually a tradecraft leave.
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
Oh, that was one thing that I wanted to check at some point. Does anyone know how many leave allowances offhand? How many leave allowances you get per day? Because I know they refresh, but I can't remember how quickly. I want to say it's like 6 or 7. It may even be up to 9. I mean, I can always check later on. Just figured I'd ask people that play if they knew. I hope no one's down there. Look out, Gogs! Oh. Well, this...
Scurrying about my domain like insects! I will not suffer it!
3 every 12 hours, so 6 every day. That's good. Okay. So just quick maths. Essentially 2.5k times 3 for each allowance. 7.5 times 6. So 45k a day just from doing the leave quest that I was doing earlier. It's not bad income. Considering it's very easy to do as well. That, and I still have to work through 82 of them. I feel like I'm going into Nier Automata at this point. It looks awesome, It also just looks untextured. I know it's the aesthetic that it's going for. So we've gone from God of War to Nier. Yeah, it looks like it's in alpha. But the thing is, they're glowing and going in and out, so it's definitely the aesthetic that they're going for. Plus, I think it's to do with the fact that what Vauthry is, that he's warping stuff. Like, here is like the basic building blocks, but then they're becoming now more pronounced and more defined. And then they may get colour.
Come no closer, filthy creatures!
You're calling filthy. Okay, my character probably hasn't had a bath in weeks, but who are you calling dirty?
I shall protect thee.
I hope so. I said I trusted you. You better protect me, Urianger. Yeah, now we're getting the golds and stuff. Because it's Vauthry, of course it's going to be golds. Okay, healing, it's not for me. Now, that's the same... and goddamn you, FLC. That's the same face as Ermagerd Sturge. Ermagerd. Oh, this is a boss fight. The White Gate. Forgiven whimsy. I don't think it's going to be very whimsical. Just a hunch. We're fighting a Rubik's Cube. Oh, I see. I see. That's clever. I like game mechanics like that. So much so that you only need to see that and correlate the fact that they have grid. Catechism. Gonna say that we have to go in here. Or absorb. Someone has to absorb it. Okay, so vulnerability up is... Okay. The overlap of lines then wasn't bit difficult to read, but I managed. This is why I like ranged DPS, because things like this can screw over melee completely. And I know melee do more damage, but they do not a lot of damage if they can't reach the damn thing. Granted, I think most of them do actually have a ranged option. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun.
I shall protect thee.
Hey, I guess a good spot. Nice.
Gloves are off.
Nice.
I am righteousness! And righteousness will prevail!
Look at this place. Hey, now we've got green. Yeah, I love the fact that it's still essentially a simple battle system, but the amount of variation
Don't you
they
do anything
have
by yourselves!
in just the mechanics is so good. Like that, we were fighting a Rubik's Cube, and they made it a really fun fight. And another reason that I do like running with NPCs, other than getting any bits of lore that they may say, like all of this, is the fact that it does take longer. I skipped the queue for DPS because that's awful, but you get to see the mechanics a lot of fights because the NPCs don't do as much damage as higher level players that have their gear level synced, instead of just all the players at the same level of this level. Because I think the higher level gear getting synced is still a lot more powerful than what I could get at, like, the max level for this. Come on, Tancred.
Thy time hath not yet come.
Be gone!
Hi Mandy, how are you today? I hope you're doing well. Morning! Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV, it manages your time well. There's always something to do. And it doesn't feel too much like a slog just to get through, just to rush to everything and get the new gear and everything. It really does a good job of incentivizing you to help lower level people as well, and that just keeps everything moving. Not to mention, the amount of content you can play just for free is disgusting. And yes, there are limitations with it, but it's understandable why there's such limitations. Especially if you come from Final Fantasy XI, where guild farmers were a real problem. And sending tells and everything, and running you out of areas.
Prepare yourself!
And also, just the guild comment as well. It's very easy to make money in this game if you want to. You just have to put in a little bit of effort. Like, maybe one day of your week of playing. Or maybe even less than that. Like, I was farming materials for about an hour and a half last night. And then crafting them very easily. I'm gonna die because Urianger is dead. How did you die?
Will not yield!
I'm running. How did both of those die, Thancred? You could die now. Will they keep following me or de-aggro? I wonder. Or will I have to die? I never scienced this. I'm gonna die. I can't take a lot of hits from this. Yeah. Normal monsters would have de-aggroed by now. Come on. There we go. How did you die, my dude? You're the NPCs, you're supposed to avoid the AoEs. It's what you're supposed to be really good at. Oh, right back here. Fine, I'll run. Yeah, I have no idea how he died. Y'shtola as well. Must have just been a bad placement, which there's always the chance of that happening with a game like this. Ooh, pretty water. I just want to know if the others will have respawned, or if it will just be those 3 left. I think it's just those 3. Don't die, you! God! I think they just got rocked by a couple of AoEs and that was it. Like that, the AoEs for this is just going to go straight down because Thancred isn't moving. The Venom is.
Be gone!
Yeah, look. Oh, now you move.
I will not hold back.
It's this one that I'm kind of worried about, though Thancred has moved now. So we just found the blip, a blip
if you
in the
will
Matrix.
not be discouraged.
Oh, hi there. Aren't you a bigger? Urianger? Hello? Y'shtola? Do you mind moving? Hey, they moved this time, but they're still in it. Ow, that hurt. Hey, it died. And made a nice stairway for us. Where's the boss? Oh, is it this? Are you going to be the boss? Are you just going to detach or something? No. Bum bum ba ba bum bum bum. Consort of sin. Forgiven obscenity. Olivia? No. You can't fix this one. Assuming you're still here.
Stop them, damn you! I don't care what it takes!
Ooh, okay, that was quick. Also, I kind of glanced over to read chat. I'm just gonna stand with your stole. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah. Oh, we need to kill. Okay. They still managed to hit me. I need to go here. What? Oh. Can we move? Yes. Thank you, NPCs, for showing me the way.
Gloves are off.
Good. You can slap them. Oh, that's very quick. Okay, I understand how that one works now, I think. It's all about judging distance, which I'm terrible at.
All that I have and more I bring to bear!
I will not hold back!
Keep your guard up!
I love the build-up in this song right now. Okay. So now it does an outer ring. Yeah. An outer 2 rings. I learnt it for the last moment. We got the beat. You've made many healers angry as a black mage. I can understand that, because I was a black mage in Final Fantasy XI for a long time. I was a Taru Taru, which is FF11's version of a Lalafell. And Taru Taru black mages don't have a lot of health. So we're very squishy. We did a lot of damage though. We're very squishy. Let's see what you have to say. An eater that only makes the others fiercer. Lovely. Rianjay, do you want to say anything? Okay. I feel it above. A powerful light. Ah, no eaters remain to stand in our way. All has gone to plan thus far, to the extent... Damn it. That was so quick. It's the moment of truth. Vauthry awaits. What was the last thing you said? To the extent there is a plan. So you're saying there isn't a plan. Great, let's wing it.
The end is near, my friends. We have found Vauthry's hiding place.
And we are voice acted.
Unrepentant villains! Will you not be satisfied until you have brought disaster down upon your own heads? By your wickedness, you stand to gain naught but ceaseless conflict. Had you only entrusted fate to me, there would have been peace for all. You could have lived bliss in my eternal paradise, free from the burdens of conscience and purpose.
Peace assumes many forms, and I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might justify the means. Ignorant as I was, I had hoped that you might mend your ways and join hands with us. That we might strive together for the happiness of all. But no more. Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words. Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself. If your paradise can be rebuilt so long as you alone survive, it exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Hear me, Vauthry. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect. They know their own hearts. They know what they want for this world. And by lending their strength to our cause, they have spoken. No matter how hard you may try to bend the world to your will, we will never yield!
Silence! Not another word!
Word.
You presume to lecture me. Insolent worms. You will learn your place. With my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all that I am the zenith of mankind and Sin Eater both, chosen to rule over creation by right of transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Find Vauthry. We will hold the Eaters here.
I know, this happens
Come,
every time.
Let's finish this!
You always stay back and I run off ahead to fight with the other 7 chosen ones. Crown of the Immaculate now accessible. Okay, so there's an ad coming up in 7 minutes, and I have a DPS queue. But I know as soon as I do that, it's going to pop immediately. So I'm going to run the ad now, and then wait. Because it will love to screw me over. Because I just know that that's going to happen. Either I run the ad now and then we wait 20 minutes in the queue, or I don't run the ad, join the queue and immediately get the thing. And I don't want the ad to interrupt. And if we're in a trial, I can't really do that. But I'm going to go and get a snack as well. I will be right back. I doth return with dime bars. That will be for later. Okay. That back up. And we'll queue. And then we wait. Thank you. Welcome back to all of you as well. Average wait time is 7 minutes. We shall see. But I'm gonna have a dime bar now while waiting. Because they're just here and delicious and I want it now. Eat food, eat snacks. Dime bars are great if you've never had them. You forget you can just DF things in Ether. Oh, Duty Finder. I was like, what's DF? You have to party fill on Dynamis. You say that, but certain duties I've had to queue like 30 minutes. That's mostly because I'm on UK time zone, and I'm on an American server, so not a lot of people are awake over there, surprisingly. And sometimes on the weekend it can flip-flop to have actual people on or no one on. But the funniest one was I was queuing for Palace of the Dead because I want to try and get to clear level 50 of it. I always get people queuing at the same time, and I went through multiple groups from 0 to 30, and then it stopped. And they stopped queuing after 30. But I wanted to continue. So I decided to test it for one day, 300 minutes later, and yes, I was sat in the queue for 300 minutes. I was doing other things, but I just wanted to see how far it would go. Because one day I would love to get the Necromancer title from Palace of the Dead, but you also need to clear level 50 to get to, is it Eureka access or something like that? zoomed in on this. Where is it? Game. That was 178 minutes into the queue. I got 3 out of 4 people. And I just left it going. About 10 minutes after that screenshot, it went down to 2 and then 1, and people just stopped queuing. And I left it going for 300 minutes just for the fun of it. That's the thing, Palace of the Dead, you don't need a healer. In fact, in my last run of it, we had no healer and all DPS, and I tanked the boss with potions. Because we didn't have a tank either. It ended up being 4 DPS. But Palace of the Dead you can solo. It takes a hell of a long time, but you can solo it. I just want to get to level 50 of it for now. Yeah, all DPS. It's because it's a deep dungeon, I think it's called. That it doesn't abide by the normal rules of you need 1 DPS or 2 DPS, 1 healer, 1 tank. Oh, this is. Are you queuing? Yeah, there's the 4 of you. Yep, in you go. Oh, also, Olivia, have you seen it yet? You're not subbed, but I'll send you the sticker on Discord. Because I have a new emote, and it's adorable. No change in expression, it's just way past WTF that there's no emotion when it goes ... Is how I wanted it. It still looks kinda happy because it's always going to look happy. But I made it a sticker. So I now have my first sticker. And technically that's my first animated emote, and I love it. I will be getting more. I have 8 more slots. Anyway. You're not exercising. I mean, I did enough command missions, I'm going to use these emotes. Ooh. I like it when stuff sells. Because I need to clear out my inventory still. Oh, I've cleared it out quite a lot. Oh, I never checked if I sold something. I could do that now. Okay, 11 hours ago someone sold one. And mine's the cheapest one on the marketplace, so maybe I get lucky. Granted, people could probably just go to other servers, I think, and buy this. Because I did kind of price it a little bit higher than it should have been. But I want to make more money. You want more good emotes. I want more good emotes. Yeah, I have a bard that's high enough for that, but I haven't looked into it to play the instruments. So I don't know what you need if there's a quest or whatever. But my bard is 54. Yes, FLC good emotes just work. Also, I really want to just get these all to 80 now, and these I could probably get to 90. You just have to have the little gem thing, what the soul crystal. Okay. And then, is it just a normal emote then? I don't have a lot of emotes unlocked. General, maybe? Actually, no, it might be special. It's an ability. Yeah. This is my bard. Really? Oh, I can't change because I don't have space. Ah! There's got to be something that's outdated by now. Guessing it's probably not the job stuff. Maybe. There's Mage's Ballad, which is a thing. Roll. Traits. Oh, performance. Duh. Performance. Maybe that's it, but maybe I can't do it here. Maybe you have to be in town. I also just realised I have no body armor on, what the hell? Wait, oh, I know. I put it away. Okay. If I ever go back to leveling Bard, I need to fix that. I put it in my armory chest. Oh, we've got a second DPS now. This music makes me think that we should be in like Cyberpunk or something. To a certain degree, just that. Clown of the Immaculate. The Crown of the Immaculate, but I will go with that one, FLC. Oh, I realised something I can do. Oh, that's an ah. Gotta make my money. Also, this is gonna make a little noise. To tell me when the macro is done. And I can use the second macro. I love the emotes for this. Like, I'm trying it. I'm trying it. I'm trying it. Yeah! Food of the gods! Is there anything left with the amount of times that I'm trying this? Also trying to use reverse psychology because I'm now doing something the queue should pop. Because that's how it works, right? Still no tanks or healers. This is now a crafting stream. Absolutely riveting gameplay, I know. Will take forever. Well, I've got time. When I'm not at work. Actual players. The thing is, leveling the combat classes will take longer. I didn't have a problem leveling up the crafting classes at all. This is the content you're here for. Yes, by that emote, I know that for a fact. I'm a very patient person though, so I don't mind waiting. I know viewers do though. Besides, I can do this while I'm waiting. I'm earning money! You have cookies. Share. Where's ours, FLC? Share with class. Yeah, I think over the weekend I might work, or over my weekend I should say, I might work on my crafting classes, get them to 80 if possible. Soft baked oatmeal chocolate chunk cookies. Where's ours? Give, need, wants. How many do I have now? 132. Basically, I need them in multiples of 9. Because that's how many I do in the trades. But each synthesis gives me 3, so... Also, it's really good XP. Considering that I'm, what, 4 levels over this? And it basically makes me click one button and then press 1 and then 2. For 125,000 XP. Although I think that might drop. Because I think I've run out of rested XP now. Maybe. Unless the plus 300% is because I'm high qualitying it. That might be why. Yeah, that's why. Which is a good thing anyway. So how is everyone doing? How's everyone's Saturday? Does anyone have any good plans for the weekend? That would be funny if you could accidentally accept if the queue popped. Just like, oh, click accept, and you go into the fight as a chef. Doing great. Got your mole pet and doing taxes. Okay. I'm glad my taxes are all handled for me, because I live in a civilized country. Though, if I could do streaming full time, then I'd have to do all my taxes properly on my own. and that's the quote-unquote dream. Not the taxes part on my own, but doing the full-time streaming thing. I would love to stream full-time and not have to work in retail. I've done my time. Yeah, man, I wish I had to do taxes. So, we're still at 2 DPS. No tanks, no healers. Hi Puncher, how are you today? Hope you're well. What's today's British question? Have I ever been to Accrington? I don't think so, no. I don't even think so as a kid either. But that always reminds me of, I think it was an advert over here, and a little kid saying it in like almost a Scouse accent. Accrington? Accrington Stanley? And then speaking about Scousers, it just reminds me of the cat with the Scouse accent. If any of you have heard that. Oh, I need to repair soon. A Scouser is someone from Liverpool. So they've got a Scouse accent. But yeah, the cat with the Scouse accent is just hilarious. If you know the Scouse accent, once you hear this thing, you can't ever unhear it. Oh no, the other DPS gave up. I have no idea why it's called the Scouse accent. Oh, it was you on the DPS queue. Thank you, I appreciate it. You didn't have to, but I appreciate it. I'm just happy to craft, assuming all of this lasts. Oh, damn. Didn't realize they were so low. Oh. God damn it. Hurry up and craft. So I can't join as a culinarian. We're in. Probably a cutscene. I want to kill you so badly.
Are you so determined to die? One last chance, villains! Bow down and acknowledge your king! Your god! Come! Prepare for judgment!
You can be my dance partner.
This will be a mercy. To me, my servants! Feast upon these villains and their foul sins! I will crush you! Fine! Fine if you refuse to die! I will strip you of the illusion of will! Then you will suffer! Yes! That will be your punishment!
I'm confused. I guess there was a certain one we had to stand in, maybe?
Blessing and rise higher! I will crush you! Suffer, suffer, suffer! Suffer and know your folly! Damn you! Why do you not fall?
Because I'm the warrior of light, bitch.
Why? Why? Ah! It burns! It burns!
There's gotta be a phase 2 to this.
What? What is this?
Okay, this he was dying way too easily, that there had to be a phase 2.
The light surges within me! Ah, touch this!
I'll figure it out, or I'll read it up.
This is the passion of my ascension! Very well, very well. I shall embrace this trial.
Okay, he got much more handsome.
Feel my wrath!
Yes. Ooh. Oh, this is gonna hurt. That's a fun template. Oh, it's following. That hurt, and I don't think it should have.
Feel my wrath! Your reckoning comes! I shall excise the sin of your existence!
Oh, this looks so cool. Like, I want to put it in this. Like I'm fighting Byakuya.
Know your place! Your place! Feel my wrath! Atone with your life!
Ooh. Okay, I'll heal myself. It's one thing I am glad with Dancer that I have the ability to heal myself twice. And a bunch of people.
Know your place! But I am all powerful!
Now, will they all be here when I finish this cutscene? Hey, I see they killed the Sin Eaters. Good job, guys. DPS wanting a commendation. And I will give it to them. Cool. Hey, Rin. That was a cool fight, except for dying, but not knowing the mechanics, it's gonna happen. Is that Vauthry? I see. It's finally over then. Yeah, they don't get commendations at all. Which is why a bunch of them usually wait until whoever's in the cutscene has finished. Everyone else just leaves as soon as possible. So if I'm in the cutscene, I'm like, sure, I will give you a commendation. You waited for it. You deserve it. But then if I do that, the person that's in the cutscene just runs off anyway and doesn't give me a commendation. Notice me, vote. Notice me, senpai. Please. Also, I hit level 80. Yay. Now night will return to all of Norvrant, bringing salvation to both of our two worlds. Upon speaking with Rin, several cutscenes will play in sequence. I've got time. It is recommended that you set aside a sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. I love when they give you warnings for this. Should you leave the area, you may return here by speaking with the sentry posted at the entrance to Mount Gulg. And we get an Aether Current. Yay! You better be voice acted.
Why am I cast down? But it is you who are the villains. Father told me that I am hope. I am righteousness. That I am a god. That is why I was born, as man and sin eater both. I kept the people safe. They respected me, worshipped me.
You didn't keep all of the people safe.
How can this be? I should be the one looking down at you.
I'm wondering if Urianger is going to use the white aura sight that we have to save me. Because that's the only thing I could think of.
Damn you! I am your god!
And he's kind of reluctant because Ascians. Because it's always in the back of my mind that Urianger has that white aura sight from this world. Emmett Selk seems far too intelligent not to be caught by it. Right in the boob. That's where all my power is stored. You gonna get the glass shattering sound again?
Look! The sky!
Nighttime! Daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime.
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me. I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathies, sir. You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
Hi, Emmett. But in Ascian form.
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
My apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign. But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a Light Warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being, a king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
Amazing. Before my Vauthry, they behave as docile pets. With this gift, my line shall be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
Are you all right? Say something!
12 Forfend. She cannot contain the light. She's beginning to turn. Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time.
He's not wearing sleeves.
It's changing back.
The combined power of every Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear. And so I shall relieve you of it.
Exarch! What are you doing?
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
I don't believe that for a second.
No, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense.
Damn you! We won't let you do with her as you please.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go!
You knew of this, Urianger. 'Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success. The Exarch will never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Then, what does he mean to do?
Sacrifice himself?
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrent.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered. Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
Hey! Finally get to see his face. Call him by his name. Because I think he let slip ages ago that his name was is it Graha Tyr or something? Like, I think we were still in our world.
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
Oh no!
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such individuals do not exist in the First. Therefore, in all likelihood, the Exarch arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme. To think that he went through all this trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours.
You bastard!
Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you. What a disappointment you turned out to be. I placed my faith in you, let myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now, halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
God, I love and hate him so much. It was you who created Vauthry, wasn't it?
I am an Ascian. My heart's sole desire is to usher in the Great Rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes. When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vauthry. But thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
Boredom.
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth? You were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided she could contain and control the light. If not, then she, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening. But even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Light Wardens willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away, and I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried. You still retain your form and your senses. But you have all but become a Sin Eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into Sin Eaters. And in time, you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you. But before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished. Ah, the irony. What Vauthry achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair. But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero.
Exarch!
I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero. I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you. When it all becomes too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes. Till then, I bid you farewell, Eater.
He's such an ass. But I love him so much. All I was hoping was that Rin could help alleviate some of it. Or, where the hell's Ardbert?
Ah, finally.
Happened.
After you collapsed, Emmet's self vanished. Then Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you, but she's only delayed the inevitable. You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it.
Sorry. Is it light outside? Because of me? Son of a bitch.
It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrad is shrouded in light again. And it's because of you, and the power you absorbed from the Wardens. No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. And now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you. If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
Warden of Light. I don't want to be a Warden of Light. Oh, miss, you're awake. Yeah, I don't want to be a Warden of Light. Oh, there's an ad break. Perfect timing. Now, what did Puncher want me to look at? Vandal Tale, a League of Legends story. So that's going to be something to do with Teemo and all the Yordles then. Let's have a look. Crafting RPG single player simulation. Cute. Okay. Bandle Tale, a League of Legends story, is a crafting RPG set in the whimsical world of Bandle City. After a party goes wrong, the portals that connect your home collapse and throw everything into chaos. Using your knitting magic and backpack house, restore the portals to reunite Bandle City. So it's kind of like... Bastion. A little bit, but crafting. Okay. When was this? Oh, it was released like 3 days ago. I may take a look at this because crafting. But I will wait until some reviews have come in. But yeah, I watch Pro League of Legends, so I know a bunch of stuff about the game anyway. I don't play it, so I just don't like games. I don't like MOBAs too much because of the toxicity of the players. Dun, dun. Dun, bum. Bum. Bum, bum. And we go. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gulg, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on the makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigour. And to compound my worry, the sky has, well, I'm sure you've seen, it is everyone rather concerned to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Bragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire after your condition. To Bragi! I'm going to say he's just in the crafting quarter, which is down here. Also, again, the music. You want to have a somber sounding moment? Perfect music. Hey, Bragi. Well, well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave, cold and lifeless. You were like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. I'm a zombie? Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked White, what is this world coming to? Ah, but moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarian folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmar is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the fates deem fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you. You are on the lower level, I think. Maybe. Yeah, you're down here through one of these doors. Here. Because I remember Thancred and Rin, formerly Minfilia. There you are, Chesamil, or Chesamile. I'm going to go with Chesamil. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spagiric's chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Rin was kind enough to tell me you were still showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. Ah, and our own Moran has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. I love how they're getting me to walk to everybody. Because he should be down here. Because he's the book guy. Bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow. Yeah, after, but just walk it off, you're fine. It's like Age of Ultron. If they hurt you, hurt them back. If you die, walk it off. Thanks, Captain America. Confound it, this says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. He's gonna be like, huh? Huh? What? Zera, is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful. 'Twould seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catlis, meanwhile, leads the crystalline Mian in preparation for battle, though against what foe we are yet as uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. Okay, bye! The door's there. Where am I going? Oh, right here. Oh, she's upstairs. Like, upstairs. I know I could have teleported up there, but it's a very somber moment, so we might as well make the most of it. Get all the feels. Just run our way up there. But maybe a little bit quicker. Oh, I do need to visit Amanda. Because I've done a lot of cooking. 9%. Jesus, 9%. Okay. I also should visit a tombstone exchange because I'm level 80. So I want to turn in all these biscuits. Hey, Catlis. Zera, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that. Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we keep him busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. I missed Tataru taking our measurements. Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. Oh. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge he would enjoy. Greetings, Glinna. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius you mean old Grenolt? He is a man of unrivaled gifts, I won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grenolt since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I'll wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many is the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenolt, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, right? Eh? Yeah. Before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, and I have a regular who's eager to see you, nod. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Nod. Hear, hear. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Nod. Whee! Okay. Next. Zera, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Quest accepted. Go and rest. I'm guessing there might be NPCs here that I don't have access to yet. Now... Okay. Where did it want me to go? The rookery, just... Over... Oh, that watchtower that I was going to go to before wrongly. Can I just jump? Yep. Who needs knees? Do-do-do. As awful as it is pretty. I love God rays.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight. I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
The secrecy is worse. I'd rather people knew. I hate keeping secrets if it's something that's hurting people.
If you're thinking of coming clean, don't. It might make you feel better, but it would make things 100 times worse for them. They're better off not knowing.
I know, which makes it even worse for me.
You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
Awkwardly
Well,
shake it.
Come on then.
Please share the light, make it better.
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
His entire story arc has been amazing.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie. Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
Not a chance. Come this far.
It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Ilmeg will rise up in your defense.
I'd prefer Feowul to Navi.
My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look! Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Oh, my dear beloved sapling. You are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
said it before, but the cast of characters in this game, from start to finish, have just all been memorable. Also, if Feo Ul replaced Navi, Zelda would be such a different game. Instead of Link hearing, hey, listen, it'd be more, oi, fucker, get over here. See a drunk Scottish Navi. Ah, laddie, what are you doing? Oh, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I am happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in this city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion and many untold secrets. Yeah, stop wallowing about and get over here! But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons passed, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day, the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. It says, oh, let's see. Oh. Hi, Cassard. Zera, it is good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I could tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an Eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Ascensa Gate. Okay. I mean, it's up there. Oh, that is the cabinet. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes or Verbatites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, 'twould seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. I know it! Would you like me to tell you? Where is the door? There. Between these two plants. Whee! Nope, not the door. But there's the door. You know, the thing that we can see from up there. Jesus. Okay, so the Ascensive Gate. Oh, she's out there. Yeah. I do, however, quickly want to go here. I think. Dun. Also, if you've never summoned your retainers in this world, I think it's a really fun thing. So, like, for example, Feo is the one that transports them through. Which I think is a really cool touch. I'm just taking all the money that I have. And yes, I have 4 retainers because I had too much stuff. I am going to change the price of something though. Unless it's sold. No. This. You. Just price history. 260. Yeah, screw it. Then shop. I wish they'd tell you. Is there a place to do the tombstones here? I don't know. Because I think this is just normal weapons and money. Yeah. One second, tombstones. I want to see if there's anywhere. Which type are they? I always forget. Elegant tombstones of poetics, yeah. In Yulmore. Oh, and from Moen's merchant in the Crystarium. Oh, but I can't get it yet. I see. I wonder if... Right, okay. I just had to check. Oh, because I'm on the Ethernet. I think it'd be quicker just to go here and ride out. This mountain just makes me laugh. I'm on a chair being pulled by bombs. Thank God I'm not an angry driver. Thank God I'm not an angry driver. Can you imagine? Someone cuts you off and you just throw a bomb at them. Hi, Lena. Cutscene, please be voice acted. I like her voice at times. Damn it. Zera, I was not told you had awoken. Welcome surprise. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Calusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. Oh. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vauthry loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, the moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Zera, I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your companions are truly fighting. No. Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Nod. Now we're gonna have to go back. Oh, hi. The unbroken thread. Come, meet me at in the ocular. I will unlock the door within. I just came from there. God. The koala climbs on you. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, he's so sleepy. Mistress Zera, the captain said to expect you. Cutscene. Please be voice acted. Please, 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 please. I'm gonna have to go to work soon. I don't wanna.
I have unlocked the door to the Umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
That's how much she trusts the Exarch. She's opened it, but not looking. Books. God, the echo is so useful at times.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star.
Oh,
thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the First, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward, 'tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally.
Stormblood?
In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold.
Ward. And now this explains the flashback from earlier.
For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity, and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
The character building is so good.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the Light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
Save everyone. I mean, I want to do both. I mean to have a few words with both Emmett and the Exarch. Lobber them both.
Then we should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
New zone! I hope. Because we did notice another zone that we haven't gone to yet. But that will be for, unfortunately, Tuesday. Unless I can't take it and decide to not do Deep Rock Galactic Survivors tomorrow and continue with Final Fantasy, because I'm loving this story. But yeah, I have to go get ready for work, unfortunately. I want to play this so much more. But I might play it tomorrow. I want to break up my schedule to have 2 games a week. But I blame you, Lena. It's your fault. You shouldn't have opened the door. It was Pandora's box. We are gonna go and raid. Let's go and raid Ilana. Surprise, surprise, she's playing RimWorld. Well, she's probably only just started stream because I time it really, really well for when she starts. But Ilana's fun. She's only mildly addicted to RimWorld. But yeah, I hope you all have a great rest of the day. And thank you for all being here. Thank you for the new sub. I appreciate it, Bilbo. And yeah, I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Don't know what we're going to play. I haven't decided. I may decide tomorrow. Bye!